everyone. Welcome to Tuesday afternoon sprints, at least for me. This was super impromptu. I did not have the intention of sprinting this week publicly, and then I felt like I was in the mood. So I appreciate some of you guys coming out, especially when this wasn't expected. I hope you guys are having a good day. I see that Jill is here. Summer break. It's been a while since I've been able to pop in. I'm glad you're here. Also, is it weird? I'm in a really good mood after having an intake with a new psych. No, I think that's great. That's really positive. That makes it sound like it was a good choice and maybe a good match. Which book of the 4 that you're reading are your favorite so far? Ooh, yes. And also, speaking of, you all can let me know. Wait, I don't know if I've asked you. How do you feel about the live chat on the screen? Do you like it, or would you rather have it removed? Because what I could do is go back to what I used to, which was adding the books to the screen so you could see what I'm currently reading. I thought about that today, and then I just didn't have time. And so, yeah, let me know what you all think. At the moment, so these are 3 of the 4. So Anji Kills a King, Shroud, and then the Ministry of Time, which was quite popular last year. These 2 are new releases that just came out in the last month or 2. And then I have Danger at Dead Man's Pass, which I'm buddy reading with Polis. That's a middle grade. As far as like what my favorite is, it's probably biased because I'm the furthest into it, but Shroud. Shroud right now is my favorite, just because I'm like 2/3 of the way through the book and so much has happened. It's so interesting, this discussion of like trying to understand other sentient life. And like what I can say is that it gives the perspective of humans, but also gives the perspective of the other creature, like the other, native life form on this planet, on this moon called Shroud. And it's been really thoughtful. It's been really interesting. So yeah, but I will say that Anji Kills a King is a fun kind of journey adventure book. But I'm only like 6 chapters into it so far. And I will say I'm only about 10 pages into the Ministry of Time, and I'm wondering if it's simply not the right time. Because I'm not disliking it. I love a time travel book, but for some reason, I'm not gravitating towards it. I wanted to read it for the Hugo Awards, and I think that I shouldn't force it. I want to read it eventually, but I don't think it's the right time. So now I'm wondering if I should soft DNF it. And is it really DNFing? I'm only 10 pages in. But yeah, I don't want to enter it with the wrong like expectations. So anyway, that was a really long-winded question, or a really long-winded answer to your question, Joe. Thanks for asking. Hello, Rainy. Trying to decide what audiobook to start as I'm cleaning. All of the ones I've been reading currently, I need to immersion read. Yeah, but especially if you're someone who likes immersion reading, you can tell pretty quickly if there's a book you need the audio and physical at the same time, just for your own enjoyment too. Hello, Kirsten. How are you? Just finished work. Congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Today's my day off, so I'm quite lucky. Not to brag. I promise I'm not bragging. I had two jobs yesterday, so I'm kind of enjoying my day off. But also, this is a great reminder. Rainy's here. Kirsten's here, 2 other competitors in Battle of the Booktuber. So at some point today, if it's not already live, we have the 2nd week kicking off with Danny's vlog. So make sure you guys are checking out Battle of the Booktuber if you're interested. No pressure. Hot take, but there should be a way to link YouTube to our Patreon so that the Patreon only stuff shows up here, because I suck at checking. I know there really isn't just like one location and one place to do it. Also, Jill, I just saw you donate. You gifted me some money. That's so kind of you. You absolutely did not need to do that. Thank you so much. That's really, really sweet of you. And I just appreciate you showing up when you can too. So never feel badly if life gets in the way as well. That's really sweet of you. Hello, Rascal. Let me know if you prefer to be called Rix. Hello, Rix. Welcome to the chat. To Neil, hope you're having a great Tuesday. Hello, Jackie. Spooky Shelf. I've been in the mood for spooky books lately, actually. Even though it's the summer, I'm kind of I'm getting excited for spooky season, which isn't too far away. Hello, Peach. Hi, Lizzie. Working. I figured this is reminiscent to Neil. I don't know if you recall, but back in the day, I used to sprint at 12 p.m. my time every single week, and you would always pop in during your lunch. Yeah, a blast from the past. Hello, Emily. Working on Wild Dark Shore. I want to read this. I think it could really work for me, especially because there's some mysterious elements. The fact that there's eco fiction involved. You let me know because you're working on it. So maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's giving me the vibe. You're not a fan. Okay, that's good to know. Love it. Feels like very like Twitch. See, it's just back and forth. And you know what, though? YouTube totally added this feature. It's not YouTube. It's actually StreamYard that added the feature, probably to accommodate for the idea of Twitch. So it's, yeah. Well, the thing is, I can only have one overlay at a time. And so I would have to like design it so I could have both, which is totally fine. And actually, so for those who are interested in knowing, if I didn't have this live chat up, this is what it would look like. I designed like a little black box to go behind it so that you can read it a little bit better. Because it's obviously not the greatest original like beta setup by StreamYard. So I did a little bit of touch-ups, but I might switch it off just so I can show the books on screen this time around. And it'll probably depend on the crowd and whether I do live chat or not. Hello, Jay. Reading The Moon's More Feeble Fire, the second Dr. Jack Cuthbert mystery. You mentioned a mystery, a series. I may need to try it. Hello, Magda. Also switching between books today. Already read a bit of 4 different ones. Oh my gosh, a person after my own heart. Truly, so I have thus far done 2 of the 4 books. I started on my pages for Danger at Dead Man's Pass. I started on my pages for Shroud. The other 2 I plan to pick up during these sprints too. That's so fun. But Goddess of Filth, because of you, I kept waiting for my library to buy it, to borrow physically, but they didn't, so I just caved. You know what it is? It's probably because it's not a newer title, and I feel like if the library doesn't buy it within the year, unless it gets super popular, it's really tough for library systems to suddenly buy it. But I hope you love it. I've been debating if I should own it myself, actually. Like, the more I think back about that book, I really did enjoy it, and I've been meaning to try more by V. Castro, so I hope you love it. And yeah, it's really cool. I think I will say, I might be in the minority. I think I like the British version of Shroud better, the cover, even though I think this is actually probably a really good depiction of like what's going on down there. Really like Ministry of Time. I think it's more literary than sci-fi. That's what I'm getting. And that's why I'm thinking, I think I need to be in the mood for literary things. Like there are some literary books that I really, really enjoy. I think Luminous by Sylvia Park is a recent one that I really loved. So I think I need to be ready for it. I don't want to feel stressed about reading it in a certain time. And so I want to give it a chance because I think I would like it. I don't know my options. Let me think. Fearless by Lauren Roberts, Raise Hell by Britt KS, or Us Deadly Few by Alexis Patton. Is this for the Villains and Vixens? Probably not Fearless, but are the other ones for that? Hello, Jill. I'll be here for a couple sprints. Ooh, lovely. Work's going crazy again, so I'm closing tonight. Hopefully I'll get off of the 4 a.m. shift. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I ever told you this, Jill, but I grew up in a household where my father worked nights, like my entire life, basically. And so once you get used to it, that's just like obviously your normal shift, but it sounds like you also you shift swap, and that can really impact your sleeping, and just it's not fun, especially if you're not used to it. So I'll be thinking about you. You can do it. Hello, Solar. How are you today? I like the Twitch vibe too, but I like having the current reads on the screen as well. Yeah, so maybe I can find a way to put them both up, so we can kind of figure it out. How did you steal number 1 from? Oh my gosh. Oh, speaking of, for those interested, if you like the crowns and you like the kind of rankings, keep them. But if you are like, oh, this is distracting, it's not something you like, I've discovered that as a viewer, you can go to your account settings. So go up to your profile, go to your account settings, go to privacy, and you can hit the toggle that takes you out of the calculations. And when you do that, you also stop seeing the rankings and the XP. That's only for those who don't want it. Because I think it's a bit like half and half. Some people love it, some people don't. That's what you can do if you don't want to be a part of it. So just in case if people don't like seeing that, if you do love seeing it, keep doing it. I don't like the chat on screen and like to see which books you're reading. Yeah. And I think it probably depends on how large the crowd is. For instance, during the Amazing Readathon, there were so many people, it was really tough to highlight every single comment. So the live chat ensured that your comment got on screen, Whereas now we're just chilling. I think that it probably depends on what the vibe is. Hello, Crystal. Ooh, into Catching Fire. So hoping to maybe finish it in the first sprint. Crystal, you're going to have to let me know. Is this a reread? Were you inspired to maybe pick it up because obviously the new book came out? Beats me. Let's see if I can keep number one. Reading an arc called I'll Find You Where the Timeline Ends. Timeline? Time travel? What is this? It sounds like a romance for sure. Also, hello, Laura. Hello, Yellow Rose. How are you? Are you enjoying your new nails thanks to solar? I don't know if you've changed them since. I don't really do my nails, so I don't know how frequently you change them. Had some lab work done today, had 2 different doctor order labs, and the person forgot to draw for the second orders, got double stuck today. Oh my gosh. I guess, I don't know. That's not fun though, especially if they didn't need it. So it's just like a waste of your time. Your poor, I don't know if it's your poor arms, but oh my goodness gracious. Hello, Sarah. Currently juggling books myself today, finishing up Beg, Borrow, or Steal. I feel like I've been seeing that around lately. Then also reading The Stars Are Dying and starting The Other Side of the Mirror. I know that you and Rainey have been trying to read a bunch of books in anticipation of Villains and Vixens. So I don't know if any of those are for that too. Had the dentist this morning, school work to do, but now ready to read. I hope that it was a good experience, Jackie. I know not everyone enjoys attending the dentist and it can be really tough, but I hope it went well. Haven't chosen yet, but what I'm gonna be reading. Ooh, that's always fun when you're like, we're gonna find out as soon as we get into a sprint. Hello, Anne. I hope you're doing well today. Also, oh my goodness, Camilla. I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time, and I say that every time I see you, so I'm so sorry. I always get excited. Reading The Sideways Life of Denny Voss by Holly Kennedy. I've never heard of this, so you're going to have to let me know, like maybe how you're feeling and if it's something I should check out. Liking Wild Dark Shore, eco-fiction thriller. Okay, interesting. Very literary. I'm halfway through and I have no clue what the twist will be, and that's rare for you. Ooh, I love that. Okay, not a fan. I'll probably remove it then, just because for those who are not vibing with it, it might not really work for everybody. Good morning, Andy. Have to pick a new read today. Ooh, if you want to quietly decide your options, feel free. But we're also, happy to provide our 2 cents, but only if you want it. But yeah, let us know what you end up deciding to do. I just decided to remove the chat, guys. I hope that's okay. I just decided to remove it. And now I'm trying to find where that comment was from Andy. There it is. Also, did you know that author has another book out, Immortal Pleasures? What? What is this book? I'm reading the Book of Bill, an illustrated middle grade featuring the villain from Gravity Falls animated series. I have always been intrigued by that animated series, but I've never seen it. I've seen, scenes because they get really popular on social media, but that's interesting. Hello, Luisina. I hope you're doing well too. Thanks for being here. And Annika. Oh my goodness, there's so many people here. It's so lovely. Like some people I know and new faces. Everyone is welcome. Just popping in for a bit, might read a bit of What Lies in the Woods or Dead Emma. I liked What Lies in the Woods, but I know that one element that people had a hard time with if they didn't like the book was because it was inspired by a certain true event, like a true crime. And depending on who you are, you didn't like that you could tell what it was based off of. So I don't know. I know that you aren't in the US, so maybe it may or may not affect you. But I know that some other like North American readers were kind of like, ooh, I don't like that I immediately knew which true crime event this made me think of. I didn't know a dang thing. I did not notice anything. And so that's why it worked for me. I've been running errands all morning and now I'm reading. Oh, now you're ready to read. Yes. I have not really done much today just because it's my day off. I did record a video. We'll see if I end up liking what I've done. Sometimes I'm just like, well, that was something, but I feel pretty good about it. Good morning. How are you, Mrs. Z? I'm working and listening to, you're listening finally to Donovan Jumps the Gun. So you're continuing that series. Very nice. I actually just gave that to someone who came into the library. They were trying to figure out something to read. And I was like, so many people love this. You might enjoy it. And they took it. Cross your fingers. Hopefully they enjoy it. Also, just to put this book on everyone's radar, July 29th, The Lighthouse at the Edge of the World is coming out. So beautiful. Literary life and death, loss and grief. Hello, Momentous, or shall I call you Lady Momentous? Reading Dragonflight by Anne McCaffrey. Everyone is talking about the hardest reading challenge you'll ever do, 2.0. I'm very proud of myself that I was able to say it aloud, because sometimes those acronyms are tough. It's been blowing up for obvious reasons. It seems really, really fun. I can't wait to follow everybody who's doing it. Good luck. Hello, Kat. Took a break from filming a video. Me too. Now you're cooking dinner, mushroom pasta. Now everyone likes mushrooms. I love mushrooms. I hope you enjoy that. Hi, Jen. Listening to Long Shot by Kennedy Ryan while working, sitting at 37%. Okay, so you're pretty far in, but you still have a lot to go. Hope you're having a great time. Don't read a book that's queer and Jewish queer women. That's really about death and life. Oh, is it kind of tough? It'll make you cry. Some people, so that might actually attract people. We can turn them off. Heck yeah, yes, you definitely can. So go to your profile. I will say the one thing I don't like is that we as the creator don't have the choice to do it. I mean, I can't see it, so I don't really care, but it is tough to try to have other people navigate, especially if you don't really like having those on. Hello, Anook. How are you? You're reading Legendborn. It's on my TBR. I want to read it one day. Good morning, Sam. Listening to Two Can Play. Very nice. That feels like a very fun, summer-esque read. Why time travel? Ooh, interesting. Oh, it's a reread. Okay, so for Catching Fire, it's a reread. Oh, but you haven't read it in 15 years. Ooh, fun. That'll be very interesting to see how you feel the second time around. I'm sure you're going to love it. Everyone says that it has aged to perfection, for better or for worse, that it's still really, really compelling. Made some new ones last night, stayed up till 6 a.m. working on them. Put pictures in the manor. Lovely. Loving my nails from Solar. Lovely. Doing Nico D'Angelo from Percy Jackson Nails. What? That's so cool. Hive mind. Oh gosh, I love it. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Also, friends, I know that we are hoping to get some reading done. So I want to just make sure I haven't missed any hellos, because I would hate to miss a hi from someone, but I think we're okay. Oh my goodness, though. We have an issue in the kitchen. Fell apart, so now it's a pain to cut. Oh no. Oh gosh. Hello, Cora. How are you? Going to maybe read Mary by Nat Cassidy. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. He is such an excellent writer. That book was hit or miss for me. It ended up being 3-star range, but I very much want to continue. I definitely want to read more by him, because I could tell that it was more the concept that I think didn't fully work for me. But I really like how he writes women. Hello, Sarah. Have to half pay attention to work. Okay, don't let us distract you. Reading Confessions of a Pagan Nun when I have a few minutes today. Oh my gosh, I've never heard of that either. That sounds really interesting, though. And then, oh my gosh, yeah, you all are going to have to connect, because there's so many people who are doing it, and I'm really excited. I saw Rescues and Reads. Brittany recently, she did her creating, setting up her TBR video, and it looks really interesting. It looks super, super fun. And then, hello, Cinnamon. How are you? Listening to An Unexpected Peril. Veronica Speedwell. I need to read this series as well. I remember I started it and it just didn't seem like the right time, so I put it down. But everyone has been telling me that I'd really love this series. I'm sorry to hear that this one's not your favorite. It's okay. I hope it turns around. But that's the thing. Sometimes series that are continuing, you're going to unfortunately find a couple that probably don't work for us as much. But thank you for putting that back on my radar, because I definitely need to read that. Oh, gosh. Okay, you know which case it's based on, but it doesn't really affect me the same way. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't even pay attention to that. More people participating. Amazing. Ooh, lovely. All right. Oh no, I'm so sorry that it lost your special edition, Emily. I hope it turns up, but I'm really sorry that happened. All right. On that note, we have almost hit 20 minutes. Thanks for being chatty with me, friends, and just sticking around. We're going to go for hour. I hope that's okay. Eventually, within this hour, the first thing I'm going to do is create a graphic that shows the books I'm currently reading, just to take up that space. Unless we like the desk, you can also let me know if you would prefer to have a minimalist screen as well. But we're going to go for an hour, and I will see everybody when it ends. Feel free to pop in and out. I totally understand if you can't be here the entire time. I just appreciate you guys being here for the first 20, if anything. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that that was a productive sprint, or maybe it wasn't. It can also be kind of a self-care sprint, relax. Those are productive in a different way. I also saw that so many people joined. Welcome, friends. I tried to say hello to everybody in the comments. Let me see here. Also, I have to highlight this before we get any further. That sounds delicious. Kirsten, will there be some B-roll in one of your upcoming vlogs? Because then I can anticipate how they're going to look, the recipe process and everything. Because as soon as you said that, I was like, you usually have baking B-roll in your vlogs, so let me know. Meanwhile, Jennifer fell asleep. You know what? You needed the sleep, and now you need coffee. I think both of those are great. Did no reading because I forgot there were people coming over to do work in the house. And then you got to like clean, maybe get things set up. Maybe people arrived. And yeah, I totally get that too. Good. Kirsten, I see your comment. There will be B-roll. Okay, good. Finished up work for today, put in a bunch of applications, looking for a new job in this economy. Cross my fingers for you, Lexi. You can do it. It's just, it's not a fun process, no matter the situation. And speaking of, shout out to Jill. Congratulations on getting, an interview. I hope it goes well. Magda had some food. Oh, I might snack in the next sprint. And actually, I really should just have lunch, shouldn't I? Read 20 pages. Lovely. Finished the pasta even with the onion debacle. I'm glad. It's pretty good for just a little experiment. Oh, yeah. I mean, you said mushrooms. You said there's onion. Now, was it kind of like a mushroom sauce, or was it simply including mushrooms? I guess I didn't ask that. Finished Dragon Flight. That means you can check that off of your hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. Is there do people say something? I'm trying to think of the letters. Or do you just end up saying it all the time? Congratulations on making progress on that challenge. Spent the hour listening to my book while cleaning. Yes, because you were cleaning your office, Jane. 57 pages, that sprint. Very nice. Made a lot. So, you can put some more in tomorrow. Might add shrimp. Then let me see here. Because I feel like there's something missing. Maybe just like a little bit of additional protein. Shrimp sounds like a great idea. I've been kind of leaning chickpeas for some reason, or garbanzo beans, some people call them. Those are really lovely to add to it, especially with mushrooms, like maybe even like a bean, like a legume or something. But shrimp also sounds lovely. Got myself set up to knock out a report. Yes, those need to get done. 65% into Big Swiss. So bizarre. Vanessa, I know what you read. And so now my imagination is going wild. I don't know if this is what I'm thinking it is. Is it a weird romance? You like what you like. I'm sure it's very fun. But that's where my brain went. So I don't know if I need to get my mind out of the gutter or not. Also, hello, Nal. How are you? Just joined midway. Totally fine. Reading Ivanhoe by Walter Scott. Oh my gosh. Very slowly. I can imagine. I was just having a discussion last night while at the library with one of my coworkers, and we were going through all of the classics that we have or haven't read, and if we read them in school or not. Because I think that it opened up a really interesting conversation of like what is missing, and also like what we read on our own versus what our own educational system had us read. Anyway, it was a really interesting tangential conversation. 72 pages. Very nice, Laura. 15 pages in the Book of Bill. I'm going to finish up and then grab a shower. That sounds great. Mushroom sauce, but I never made mushrooms before myself. That sounds really interesting though. Like a mushroom sauce sounds really lovely. I love the taste of mushrooms. Like I said, not everyone likes it. Herkied. Oh, okay, is that what people call it? Herkied? Or did you just make that up? Okay, that's how QWERTY says it. Okay. Sounds good. I got to 37% in long shot and prepared for a meeting at 1:30. You're angry at this character. Also, long shot, my brain is going sports romance. I don't know if that's what you're reading. Interesting for sure. Okay, Jennifer. I just don't know if I'm thinking of the right concept of what it is. Is it a romance? That's what I'm asking. I read about 20 pages, hung some laundry. you guys always remind me about laundry. And also thank you, Christina, who always sends that long comment of like checklist items. I do need to do laundry. It's just not on my to-do list today, so I just probably won't do it. I'm here and ready for some joined reading, hoping to get a dent in my third Summerween read. Oh, that's right, because we're in the middle. We only have a few more days left of Summerween. I never have time to actually get to it, and I'm glad you brought this up, because as Summerween is kind of coming to an end, we have a few more days left. I think it ends, the 12th? I just added to my description the 2 readathons that I have been able to include in my July. The one is starting this weekend, actually, Weekend at Timmy's. So if people are interested, I linked the announcement video to that one. It is I think it's actually Friday through Sunday. So it's like 48 hours. That's from Brittany Loves Reading. And then there's July Noir from Brie, Locked Booktician. So if you're still into the spooky vibes, it's basically an extension of Blackoween, which happens every October. It's the latter 2 weeks of July. I'm really excited. I already have like a laundry list of like different books I'm hoping to read during that month or during those 2 weeks. We'll see what I get to. I'm just going to let myself mood read, but I'm excited. So yeah, for those who want more readathons as Summerween kind of comes to a close, those are 2 that happen after Summerween. Oh my gosh, it's a COVID thriller. Still not sure how I feel about it. Interesting. Okay. You're over halfway, Emily. Congrats. Okay, more weird girl lit. Totally fine. Okay, so not a sentient object. Okay, I was like, what are the chances? Swiss, not to get weird, but that's a cheese that has holes. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I was like, I don't know. Because I know that there's like those other weird, like fun romances that everyone's having a great time with, and I was like, that's what I thought of. About 27% through. It feels pretty on the nose, formulaic, Allie Hazelwood, but still fun. Sometimes that's what we need. I know that predictability and like formula sometimes isn't what we're looking for, but there's also comfort in just being like, this is following the formula. I'm enjoying it. We're good. Also, hi, Bia. I saw you popping in and commenting, and I was like, I don't know if I said hello to her or not. Using these sprints to edit my first Summerween vlog, hoping to continue the book eaters. That is also on my, eventual TBR. I want to try that. About a sex therapist's transcriptionist who has an affair with one of the, oh my gosh, it almost makes me think of suspense thriller in the sense, depending on how it's designed. Like that sounds like it could be a recipe for a thriller as well. So it's very interesting as I'm thinking about the mental health ethics around it. Yeah, for sure. And then scooped litter, swept the crevices in between the bathroom tiles. Oh, all the cleaning. You got to do what you got to do though. And then I saw that you were very excited about there's a sale with Converse, and you're like, oh no, do I do it? You know what? If you got to buy it, if you're going to love them, you should. I support it. And yes, I saw that you figured out the plans, that an old coworker is going to help you out. That is lovely. I'm really glad. And love you too, Christina. Thank you for always reminding all of us. Like truly, it's really helpful because, we all know that those are the things we need to do, but it's good to have like a friendly reminder and just like a really check-in that someone's thinking about us. Just distracted by lunch. Oh, I am getting hungry. The more we talk about it, I'm like, I'm probably going to eat in the next sprint. Got to 97% of Catching Fire. Oh my gosh. If you stick with us, you're probably going to finish it in the next sprint. Sports romance. That's what I thought. Okay. But this is good to know. So for those who are interested, check content warnings, like what will be in the book. So yeah, that reminds me, I have to fold laundry. Great, Anna. See, this is why we talk about it. Also doing the Her Kiet this year and started early to get the 24 hours readathon prompt done. Totally failed. Oh no, we'll try again some other time. You know what? It was a test run. You're trying to figure out, can I do this? Okay, now I'm just going to do it in a different way. So I think that's smart. So yeah. Oh yeah, it's hourly, means I can't move out of my parents. The economy and just like very big adult life decisions it takes time to figure out, and like it's smart to do what's best for you, but it's not something that you can decide or that you can change overnight. So I totally get it, Jill. No reading yet. We'll be finishing Catching Fire today. Another mention of that title. maybe starting Mockingjay, but I just got a reminder that we have a friend coming up to stay for the night and evening. Ooh, I hope that that's fun. I hope that it's a good visit, not like a necessary one, because I know sometimes that's the case. But I hope you guys have a great time with your friend visiting. Hello, Teresa, heading home. Ooh, today from vacation. That's right, because we're starting our buddy read of 3 Bags Full by Leonie Swan. Leonie Swan, I think it might be Leonie. I've got to look into the pronunciation of that first name. But I'm so excited for it. And I have us penciled in for the 10th. So take your time, coming home from vacation. But yeah, I hope it was a great time. Okay, it's not okay. It's not the romance, I think. I know, I'm just being so silly. Yeah, can't you do the timer method? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Teresa. Sorry. I would totally take blame for that. I was overthinking what that was. Oh gosh. And then, hello, Danny. You just joined. I hope you're having a lovely evening. Not sure if you've had dinner yet. I hope it was delicious. I hope you're cozying up and maybe have a good book or at least some other tasks you want to get done. And this is discussing the 24-hour prompt, how much you can read in 24. Okay, read in a day. It stops when you go to sleep. I won't be staying up for 24 hours straight. Yeah, I mean, hey, if people can do it, for me, I can no longer do the whole 24-hour thing. Like, I can't stay up for more than 24 hours. Reading The Song of Achilles. Oh yeah, Caspian, I saw that you were reading that. A lot of people say that that's a super moving book. I don't tend to gravitate towards retellings of mythology, so I've never really tried it. I think I did actually, and then I put it down just because I don't think that's an area of literature that I typically read. I always feel like I'm missing something because I don't know all of the myths, and I know that's in my head. But I hope that you're enjoying it. Oh no, it's maybe a 3-star for now. Okay, I mean, it's always, that's where I always get sad when it's a very well-loved book and it just isn't working for me. I'm like, what's wrong? Is it me? And it's just not all books are for us. But I hope that it turns around a little bit. Sleep schedule, smart. Especially, I know that you were saying with migraines and headaches, that is so pivotal and just beneficial, whether or not you have those types of things. Let me see here. Unpacking, organizing, picking out what goes in storage. Got back in town on Sunday. Somehow my bedroom already exploded with, well, that's how it is too. Like I like to leave my apartment as clean as possible. And then when I get back from a trip, I'm unpacking and everything's spread out again. But at least it's not as bad if you hadn't, had things organized beforehand. Hello, Paulus. Oh man, I was just talking about you because obviously on screen I have our buddy read. I am currently in the middle of chapter 6, I think, and I'll probably be picking it up soon, actually. So this is perfect timing. I just got home now for dinner, then working on a section for a certain buddy read of ours. Sounds great. Which reminds me, I haven't even told anyone how I did that sprint. So I ended up reading all of my required section for Shroud, because I'm reading about maybe 40-ish pages a day with Danny. It's a buddy read, and you might have seen me voice messaging her, and we're having a really great time. It's really interesting. I'll be interested to see how this shapes up to the other books by Tchaikovsky that I've read. But I'm really, really enjoying it. I think it's really cool. Anyway, so yeah, I'm really loving it. I will say that if you pick this up, if you can, and you're not vibing with like the first part 1, the tone and everything shifts as soon as they get on planet. But I wouldn't begrudge anyone who tries it DNFs if you can't get to part 1. Part 2, I think it's like the first 80 pages. I still found it really fascinating, but it's crazy how much this narrative shifts. Like every part, I feel like has a very different tone. And the first one might be the hardest to get through, depending on the type of reader you are, just because it's kind of dense. But yeah, so I'll just say that. And then I switched to Anji Kills a King. I read 1 chapter, and I do find it interesting, but I'm not so gripped. Like I could see this being, at the moment, it feels like a 3.75 to a 4.25, like that kind of range where I'm enjoying it, but I'm not in love. I'm glad I'm reading it though. So that's where I'm at anyways, if people were interested. And then let me see if I can get a few more of these comments. Let's see here. Okay, 10th is perfect. Perfect. I'm glad because that works for me as well. Good morning, Stacy. Welcome. At work right now, wishing I could be reading. I'm sorry. There's quite a few people here in the comments who are working, so solidarity. Job done. Like understand that. But yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could be reading too. Ooh, okay. Oh no, I'm sorry, Elena. I wish I hadn't highlighted the comment because it's not fun to hear that Montreal just didn't work for me. It didn't work for me. But I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you loved it. You can let me know your thoughts about it. But I know it's always disappointing when you're like, oh man, it didn't work for somebody else. But yeah. Yes, I cannot emphasize this enough. And there's only like a couple more comments and then we'll get to a sprint. But it's very different because Danny and I were talking about it, and I was like, once we got to part two, I was thinking about it, and I'm like, wow, this won't be for everybody. This first part is probably going to make a few people just DNF, just because the tone and the fact that it is like quite jarring. And then when they get on planet, you're like, oh my gosh, like this is insane in like a very fun, cool kind of, it starts to be like almost a horror, and then it's a journey, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. But I think that first part is going to really distinguish if people can push through it and then just adore the rest of the narrative. I loved it all, but still. Finished dinner. The little experiment went well, but it's a little heavy. Okay, so this might be a better dish for colder weather. Yes, 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 rather than the summer. Use the last sprint to go for a run. Oh, amazing, Charlotte. Now it's time for dinner, a shower, hoping to read in the third sprint if there is. Oh, yes, so there will be, because this is a great thing too going into the next sprint, friends, very quickly. I was reminded by Glenda that there are book club sprints for Kelsey and Brittany starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. So in about 4 hours time, actually, because it's 1:30 for me. And so I've done a redirect to them, which kind of locks in my intention to just host sprints up until that point. Definitely don't have to stay that long. I will be here for another 4 hours, though, I've decided. So, yes, I'm glad you brought that up, Charlotte. And then would be such a cover. Oh, it is. Honestly, I thought about buying it because of the cover, and I am really liking it. I'm very lucky that I ended up getting an ARC due to Independent Bookstore Day. So, friendly reminder, next year, go to your independent bookstores. They might treat you and thank you for being there because they gifted this to me just for showing up. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. We'll see how I feel as it progresses, though. Ooh, so now during the sprint, I'll finish my filming. Yes, sounds great, Kat. Woohoo. It was okay. I was second guessing my 3 stars. Okay, yeah. And then again, so many people have loved Monstrilio. So clearly, like, we're kind of in the minority, but I think sometimes it feels good to be like, okay, I'm not alone in just not being in love with it. I remember I'll say quickly though, the first perspective, that one, if that had only been a novella, if we had only gotten the mother's perspective, I probably would have given it 4 stars. So that's why I feel like there's more context to the story. I just didn't like that it continued, which is obviously not that's just me. Anyways, but yeah, lovely. Okay, Charlotte. Well, enjoy dinner, enjoy your shower, and enjoy the next hour, friends. I hope to see you guys again. But no worries if you got to go to bed, do other things. If you're sticking around, I'll see you then. Hello, welcome back, friends. I see that some of you already had a pretty great sprint. Annika's back, ended up stopping for dinner. Sometimes you just got to get takeaway. I've been thinking about doing that for myself tonight. We'll see, we'll see. I have food in the fridge, but we'll see if I decide to treat myself in that way too. So I hope you enjoyed it. Laundry officially done, so back to reading. Ignoring my work email. You know what? You got to do what you got to do. If it, is better to read, the emails can wait, then go for it. Ate lunch, uploading a Herkied pop for Spooky Creatures Avatar Animal Prompt. Very nice. And we have a finished book. Stacy was able to finish Minor Mage during lunch break. And this is a T. Kingfisher. I'm wondering, is it a middle grade T. Kingfisher or is it I'm trying to remember what you said in the Discord about it, but it looks great. Turned on the dishwasher, got cozy with a drink, read about 30 pages of Death on the Nile, then caught up with the stream. Yahoo! That sounds great, Danny. I don't know if this is your first time reading Death on the Nile, but it's a fun one. I know that it can be really overwhelming because there's so many characters, especially for audiobook listeners, but it's really fun once you get into the mystery and know who's who. So I hope you're having a great time with that. Just climbed out of a rabbit hole researching Herkied. I'm getting better about it coming off the tongue. Quite nice. Couldn't resist as I've been seeing it mentioned everywhere. Truly, everyone's been talking about it. And I'm like, oh, it does look really good. It looks really good. But this is the first year I'm doing our fantasy. So I feel like I'm already juggling too many things. So maybe next year. I'm assuming there's going to be a 3.0 that might be even harder. But I think I would do it next year maybe. Do you ever edit and just think, girl, you talk too much? Truly, I really need to learn to be concise. Sometimes I'm just like, how do I have so much to say? I have so many things to say. And the thing is you're saying all new things. It's not like you're repeating yourself over and over again. So you're just like, how do I come up with new things to add? I've totally been there, Kirsten. Oh my gosh. Managed to get the middle of a chapter 8. Very nice pull list. Okay, so speaking of, so I ended up eating, and then I also got to the end of chapter 10. So I've read our chapters for the day. I'll probably send you a Discord message about my thoughts for these chapters. And yeah, when you get to the end of chapter 10, you can just respond to them. But yeah, things are developing in an interesting way. Oh, also, we had a sudden rainstorm, and now it's gone. It's done. The sun is shining. But it was brewing. It got a little bit dark. I had to turn my living room lights on. So I don't know. It's very weird. Got to 197 of 300. Oh my gosh, you're so close to that 100 pages left mark. Every time that book is mentioned, I want to read it. Let me see here. Nothing productive. Grab the mail. That's productive. Join some new bookish discords. That's productive. Then went to all the discords I'm in and asked if, let me see, did we have, if people would watch a positive rant video. Ooh, review a positive rant. So just a glowing, is it a rant if it's positive, or is it, what do you call it? There's a poem, an ode. Is it an ode to, this, review that you've absolutely loved? I think people would love to see that too. So yeah, there's a place for rants, but there's also a place for odes, I would say. I don't think that's the right word, but we're going to go with it. 30 pages, very nice. Almost finishing your book, very nice. Had lunch. That was a meal sprint for a lot of people if the last one wasn't. Started 2 books, feeling slightly chaotic today. You and me both. I'm feeling controlled chaos because I'm reading quite a few books, but I'm ticking off every single thing that I need to get done. I've gotten all of my required reading done for the day officially, which is very exciting. Now I need to figure out what I'm doing next because I want to stay productive. I don't know if I'm going to keep reading or what I'm going to do. Page 245 of 599. You're about 50 pages away from being able to say that you're halfway through Illuminate. I didn't know it was that large, actually. I have a question also, Anna. Are you reading it in English or are you reading it in Dutch? Or is it just truly that large of a book? I had no idea because I remember Dutch and German language, translations or original copies tend to be thicker. just because I think of the way we, design words, like the idea of vocabulary, linguistics, phonetics. Anyway, that's just something that I think is interesting. Got some editing done. Congrats, Bia. You were with Kirsten unintentionally, both of you guys getting editing done. Treat yourself. What's calling to you? Ooh, I know. Well, you know what? I'm trying to figure out what type of cuisine I'm in the mood for. So that is a good question. There is this really great like Korean bulgogi place. So I was thinking about doing takeaway from them. They've been like my go-to. I keep like, not that I order out all the time, but whenever I do, I feel as though the last couple of months I just keep ordering from them, and they probably know me by now just because I love it so much. So that is currently what I'm thinking about. I think I might get something like that. Video filmed, then watch some YT. Very nice, aka YouTube. Got 76 pages done that sprint. Also checked my work email since I'm on summer break. Printed materials for July for my part-time job. Everyone's getting so many things done. Chores complete. Ooh, Beowulf started. Someone else was just mentioning that they started Beowulf the other day. So interesting. I've never read it, and I never had to read any of it in school, which I don't think is super common. Maybe I feel like usually you do a little bit either in secondary school or university if you attend, but I never had to. So that might have to be something I try eventually. Made it 30 pages in. Agree with Emily on the no to robots as creatures. Yes, yeah. There are books that discuss like sentience, like sentient creatures that could be robots, but that's interesting. The things that you have to grapple with those prompts. So yeah. We had a power outage, got sent home, then the power came back. Get to hang out though. Woohoo! Yeah, Hillary. I honestly, whenever it rains here, I've been very lucky. Knock on wood. That's me knocking. No one has to check their doors. But I've been quite fortunate that I've never really lost power during a storm when live. I'm sure I've jinxed myself now, but yeah, I've been quite lucky that that's been the case. There are lots of notes for you soon. Sounds good. No worries. It's a middle grade one. That's what I thought, because I know that the Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking is also middle grade. I just didn't know how many were under Kingfisher's canon. Just an entrepreneur at heart, turned my old failed Etsy shop idea into a new and improved press on Nail Shop. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Still reading my book. Great, Laura. Book haul. Oh my gosh. Sounds fun, Allie. I love that. If you want to share it here, feel free. But also if you're going to be sharing it elsewhere, I totally understand you kind of keeping it mum. Maybe tell us the book you're the most excited about. Read some Haunting of Room 904. Loving it. Paranormal investigation. That's really cool. I think that's an area that I need to look into, because obviously I love mysteries. I haven't really delved into paranormal mysteries though, or like even suspense. About 20 minutes left in my audio, so I'm going to keep listening. Yes, okay, no worries. Go ahead. Pretty predictable, but enjoying it. And I think that's all that matters. That's okay. Hillary, The Last Gifts of the Universe. So this was on my radar last year. I found it on Hoopla, by the way, if people have that. And I was like, that looks really fun. There's like a cat in an astronaut suit on there. Obviously, I would be interested. And then I just quickly kind of forgot about it. It got back on my radar because Danny read it in February, loved it, really adored it. And then also just recently, Kirsten, who is still in the comments, I think you just added it to your TBR this month. I might be wrong. I saw you mention it in a video recently, Kirsten, and I was like, yet again, you know what I have it on? Speaking of Our Fantasy, I have it on my Our Fantasy board, so I will read it. I just don't know when. I hope you're loving it. Finished Catching Fire. Congratulations, Crystal. I think I loved it even more this time around. I've heard that as adults, you just appreciate it in a different way. So that's awesome. Read 25 pages of Ivanhoe, had a quick call from my dad. Sounds great. Had some social productivity in there as well. And I see that Vanessa has already answered this question. Ate lunch, watched YouTube. Very nice. Got some coffee. I did get a little mini refill on my own coffee during that as well. I know it is kind of like a tired, gloomy day for some of us. I don't know if it's just us getting back into the week or whatever the case is. Maybe we're still kind of shaking off the first half of the year. had dinner, making coffee because caffeine is life. Listened to 10% of What Lies in the Woods. So far, I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, I'm not a thriller person, and it just worked for me. I think I just ended up liking it. Thank you for also sharing the announcement video, Vanessa. 3 short stories from a horror anthology. Black Girl Survives in this one. I have never heard of this. Done with the section for today, so I'll switch to the thriller in the next sprint. Ooh, so I probably am not in the mood for a short story collection, but my immediate thought was that would probably be perfect for July Noir. Another shout out to that readathon that's happening in the second half of the month. So I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. Yelena, keep letting me know what you think about it. Finished The Book of Bill. Really enjoyed. 4 stars. Love that. Just finishing up my review. Amazing on Storygraph. I would say you need to be familiar with Gravity Falls for it to make sense. Yeah, that's good to know, because that wouldn't really be fair to the book too if you enter it without having that perspective. So that makes sense. How do I actually get engagement follows without boosting? Ooh, I'm not the person to ask. I'm horrible with Instagram. So Jill, maybe do some Googling, see if there are some other like creators who are in that realm, because short form content, not my thing. Hence why I tend to do stuff like this, where I'm hanging out with you guys for hours and doing long form content. So much respect to people who can do short form stuff, because I don't think I'm good at it. I don't think I know how to do it. Anyway, thoughts on Tomes calls. So thoughts on Tomes, a creator calls positive rants gushes. I think that's so fun. I love that. Yeah, no, I would totally adopt that. Yeah, love to see positive rants. Seeing people giddy with their love for a book brings so much joy. 100%. Like, there's a place for both forms, both as like an outlet and then as praise to get excited about, to maybe like encourage you to finally pick up the book or whatever it is. Ooh, about a volume and a half of Spy Family to get caught up. That's next on my list. I need to get back to this. Oh my gosh. I need to get back to the animation too, because I really, really loved I loved the series, the TV series as well. We'll be working on putting together a list of items to get for a sensory room that my church wants to have for children. Interesting. 20 pages into We Are the Light. I'm not sure if I like it, honestly. I don't know if I wonder if it's a book that I would recognize if I looked up the cover. But yeah, if you think you need to DNF, Kate, I don't know if you're a DNFer, because sometimes people just aren't comfortable doing that. But give it a little bit more time, and then you can kind of figure it out. Peeks around the corner with my Illuminate tattoo. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. I don't have any tattoos, by the way. I always think that they're so cool, but I just don't know if I'll ever get one. You can add about 10 to 20% page count wise, translating English to German. That's what I thought, just because of the way we form words, and the way that we have like our syntax, like sentences, the sentence structure. Have it in English. It's really that long. However, a lot of it is transcripts, so quick to read, and in probably some space when they're switching to transcripts. When I go to my favorite cafe, they already know my regular order. Yeah, and it obviously feels good. It's kind of nice to feel like you belong, your community and everything. And you're supporting, that business, and they probably appreciate you being a regular. Hello, Louise. Good evening to you. Currently working on 2 books. Decided to try and do Herkied. I love how many people have been inspired to do it, and there is some really fun conversation going on in the comments where I'm like, I want to know what you guys are talking about. It's a really cool project. I never had to read Beowulf. I was an English major in high school. Yeah, no, like I studied English and writing in university, and I just never had to. I think it was the structure where I could avoid, like Old English, Middle English, anything. Like, I never had to read Chaucer, like Canterbury Tales. Never had to read Canterbury Tales, which again I would like to at some point. But yeah. I knew what you meant. Although, depending on the country, I know that there are specialized secondary schools where you kind of decide if you're going into STEM or the arts. So I wouldn't have been surprised if you did have a major in, high school. Ooh, a specific shout out to a favorite translation. This is good to know, because also the translator can impact things. I think we were talking about the Odyssey the other day, and how there's like a specific, more recent translation that has just like made better or like to appreciate. I can't remember who mentioned it. It might have been Jen. Someone said that. So since we hit the 15, let me quickly make sure I haven't, let me see here, haven't missed anyone saying hello. Oh my gosh, ML, I need to get back to your DM. So for those who don't know, my most recent video, ML sent a really lovely, thorough explanation as to why I really should try Babbel. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to take a look at this and then I'll reassess, see if maybe I should take it off my never list. And I haven't gotten back to you because after my one job, I went to my second one and then I ended up missing it. So just so you know, I still plan to check that out. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh yeah, I put it in your Patreon TBR jar. Oh my gosh, good job. And then thank you for this link. It is linked also in the description. So if people have a hard time finding this comment, July Noir and Weekend at Timmy's are both linked below, by the way. Hello, Jean. Reading, Vampire Knitting Club? That sounds so lovely and cozy. That sounds really, really fun. I hope that you continue to enjoy it. And then let me see here. I think we've got everybody. Okay, I said hello to everybody. So we're going to carry on with this train, remaining productive. And let me see here for time-wise, 3 o'clock. We've got 2.5 hours. I feel like we could do another 1 hour, maybe another hour, like 2 more 1-hour sprints, crossing our fingers. We'll see. We'll see how we can finagle it. But all right. Let me get the timer started again, make myself tiny, and then I'll see everybody in an hour if you stick around. No pressure. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let me know how you did. I will get through quite a few hellos because I abandoned my computer. I came back and so many friends joined. I'm not sure if they're still here, but I'm going to say hello anyways. I see that Margaret's here, Book Nook is here, Gabby too, getting stuff done at work for the next sprint or two so can enjoy the 2 weeks off. Yes, very soon. It's always exciting when you're getting ready for a well-needed holiday or vacation. Hello, Larissa, reading for the Tarot Readathon, which is going on. So that's another good shout. Not only is Summerween happening, but so is the Tarot Readathon. I don't think we've discussed that today, so I'm glad you brought that up. 4 books. Also, hello, Josh. I'm doing well. How are you? I know. I feel like I'm studying. I've got all of my books, and I'm also, if we're calling me a student, I'm being a very good student because I have actually accomplished every single book that I've been meaning to read. The only one, because I think I'm going to soft put it down. I don't want to call it a DNF because I'm only 10 pages in, but it just doesn't feel like the right time to read it. And I want to enjoy it when I do, is The Ministry of Time. But yeah, I've accomplished every other book requirement, all of my buddy reads, because Shroud, Anji Kills a King, and Danger at Dead Man's Pass is a buddy. So it really is only buddy reads. And these are the only books I'm reading. In past live streams, some people will confirm that like the entire bottom is filled with books because there have been times when I'm currently reading like 7, 8 books. It's too many. It's too many. But I hope you're doing well, Josh. Also, Beatrice. Hi, Beatrice. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. I feel like I haven't checked in with you lately. Polis went off to bed. Totally respect that. I ended up sending me thoughts on Danger at Dead Man's Pass. I sent thoughts back, which is great. Also, during this sprint, this is a great time to pause that and say that not only did I check in with one of my buddies, which was Polis, I also got some stats done, and because I decided to change up. So some of you who've been here from the beginning, I think I said I recorded before I got on sprints today, wasn't really vibing with it. And then I realized I kind of want to do it from a different angle, a different discussion, changed up the stats a little bit, and I went and just recorded it. I sat down and re-recorded, and I do like it a lot better. I think it's a bit more just me looking at things and reflecting on, the past 6 months, but I like it. And I think that's what's important. The fact that I enjoyed doing it more. I made the right decision in re-recording. So yeah, that's pretty much what I did during that sprint. Just got ready for bed, almost falling asleep while reading. Yeah. So good to just get cozy. So then as soon as you are ready to bed, go to bed, you can. So I hope you're nice and cozy now and relaxed, Louise. Finished my book, did some cleaning. Congrats, Magda. Another finished book. Had to do some chores, then watched YouTube. That is something I also need to do. I need it because I enjoy it, and I need to treat myself and watch especially some BookTube, because you know what I've been doing? I've unfortunately been neglecting BookTube because I have been watching Taskmaster, the 19th season, just because they finally had all of them up. And so I've been binging them this week. And so I've been abandoning BookTube, and I've been watching Taskmaster on YouTube. So not sure if there's any Taskmaster fans in the comments right now. Still here. Read, I think, around 7 pages, 7 more than you started with. Very nice. I don't know. Did you tell me what you've been reading? What did you get 7 pages through? Got a lot of editing done. Should be able to finish in another sprint. Perfect. Because for our channel, I'm having you all be collectively. This is a community channel now, apparently. For this channel, we're going to go for one more sprint after this chat, because that'll perfectly coordinate with me coming back, chatting with you all for a brief second, and then sending you on to more sprints on, I think it's Brittany's channel. They are linked though. So yeah, that's perfect. Margaret's still here too. I love how everyone's like present, still here. I'm putting on makeup to film a certain tag. Is it the tag that I just saw you comment on? Because I got a notification. Oh, I really hope that you enjoy answering the questions. This is for the mid-year countdown tag. So if people have been enjoying that, make sure that you have an eye on Margaret's channel. Also, Margaret, I hope that the mid-year scramble is going well. I hope you're having a great time with your own readathon. Speaking of readathons, another readathon that's happening this month. Got to 70% into Mary, liking it. But I am getting to the part where it is starting to feel a little long. That is a criticism that people have said, that if anything, it's just a longer horror. If it feels longer, which can work for some people, but it doesn't work for everybody. That was mainly a dinner sprint, but I also read another 15 pages of Ivanhoe. Nice. I get an A for the day. Woohoo! No promises for tomorrow, though. Started The Women of Arlington Hall, got to 5%. It was on Amazon First Reads. Interesting. What's the genre? I feel like it could be historical fiction. For some reason, it's giving me like Regency vibes, maybe because of Arlington Hall, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a historical mystery or something. It sounds interesting. Going to Jamaica at the end of the month. But before that, I'm producing about 3.5 more videos, presenting at one conference. Oh my gosh, attending another. It really is. In the lead up to going away on holiday, there's just so much to get done ahead of time. It's never an easy breezy lead up into the holiday for sure. I hope you have a great time on your trip. Got to page 88 of 256. Awesome, Glenda. And I think this is the new S.A. Cosby book. I think you mentioned that. Let me actually look it up. And also, did I? Yeah, let me see. King of Ashes. I'm pretty sure, Glenda, that's what you're reading. And I want to try that author, but I've just heard how intense his books are, and I don't know if I'm ready for it. But I hope you're enjoying it. Heard mixed things on Ministry of Time. See, that's also where I'm at. I've had a friend recently DNF it, and Bronwyn, who's in the comments at times, was reading it, said that she was enjoying it, but could see why other people might have DNF. So I don't know. I feel like it's giving me, it's making me concerned. So I'm enjoying it, but not enough to continue at the moment. So I think it's just not the right time. So yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. It's a PFN, a pause for now. Yes. Ministry of Time is a pause for now. That just feels a little bit lighter because I do want to give it a try. I tend to like time travel books. But you know what? This one, it reminded me of another time travel book that I've really been wanting to get back to. And that is Just One Damned Thing After Another, which I know a few people in the comments will be like, yes, it's so good. I think Tennille was saying how much she really loved that series. And so reading this reminded me like, there's a different time travel concept that I really want to get back to because I was having a ball with it before the Amazing Readathon. And so if I'm going to pick up a time travel book, it probably should be that. I ran into a bunch of chores, didn't get as far as I wanted. Oh my gosh. That's the thing. Chores are important and you feel satisfied after you're doing them. But when you haven't finished them and you're in the thick of it, it is not fun. That's when you got to focus on like 3. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, we gotta be calm, gotta chill out. It's impressive that you can juggle so many books at a time. I can barely juggle between 2. Honestly, I think it's one of those things where it's a muscle that has kind of worked for me and my schedule, because a lot of times, like, I'm reading for work for the podcast I work for, Buddy reads. Also, I tend to have different formats. And so and you know what? For me, because Libby sometimes, blesses you with a title, sometimes, scorns you with 10 all at once, and you're just like, oh my gosh. So yeah, it's way too much though. I think that for me, I've discovered 3 is a really happy medium. So that's I think my days of like 8 books are over. We'll see. I've lied before. Happy to finally be able to join Sprints. I'm so glad to have you, Eleanor. This has been great company as I work from home, doing some blog posts, miscellaneous emails for my fellowship. Oh, good luck. I hope that the work is steady, that you're feeling good about it, you're getting productive, and I'm glad that we're able to, keep you company while you're doing it. Did my skincare, read another 2 chapters of my book. Very nice. I've been meaning to, I've only had a few of these and they were lovely. But speaking of skincare, a facial, I was thinking that there might be I might have a facial in my future because that seems really lovely. People who love like massages, that's something I've never done. I'm also wondering if I should treat myself to a massage, not anytime soon. But I was like, you know what? On the day that I really want to treat myself, I may do one of those things because those are really calming and lovely. So yeah, maybe I can schedule an appointment or something. I was dropping off kids, then picking them up over the last couple chats, but washed bedding, did dishes, fed children, got the littlest down for a nap. Nikki, what can't you do? That is amazing. That's awesome. Spent that sprint trying to figure out July Noir. Watched some more BookTube since I'm not familiar with Blackoween. I'm struggling a bit trying to understand all the rules. Yeah. So from what I kind of took from it for myself is I'm choosing a location that I want to hang out at, and then I'm going to do prompts within that location. And from what I understand, Bree, Locked Booktition, like this, it's more of a readathon, almost like as you go. You then can like change and like maybe next year do a different location. So this year for July Noir, I know for a fact that a new location that she's added is Shishi Kitchen in honor of her mother. And so that's probably the one that I'm most interested in that I might do. And you just do, I think she said that it's like if you do like 1 to 2 prompts or 2 to 3 prompts in that location, like you've done it. Some people try to do them all before moving on. I think it's kind of just do it as you like as you move about the map. So I've got to figure out which location I want to be at. That's what I'm trying to figure out, but we can totally talk about it more. Taskmaster, yes, Greg Dukes, they are so fun. And also Little Alex Horn. I love them so much. And the Series 19, those comedians, that group of people, I loved. They're a family. Like I love them so much. They were so funny together. It was a really good time with this season. I'll probably sign off during the next sprint. This last week has been insane at work, so I need an early night. I support this. Also, even the last couple months, Annika, with like your studies, with like work and everything, give yourself an early night when you can. I totally support this. Now you're picking up Sunrise on the Reaping, a third person, I'm pretty sure, who is doing something in the Hunger Games world. Yes, it was so good. I really, really loved JV Martzukis, the team. They were so cute together, Stevie Martin and Jason Mantzukis. They honestly, all of them were great, though. I fell in love with the entire cast in this 19th season. Finished my second report today. Now it's time to read. Yes. Also, Vanessa, I saw that you started sprinting. I hope that those are going well. Wrote for summer assignments, read some of Empire of Storms. Ooh, that sounds like maybe a fantasy, maybe an epic fantasy. I forgot. I'm reading The History of Masculinity by Ivan Jablonka. I'm loving that. It's very quick to deconstruct notions of patriarchy. It'll give the history, but also talk about the problems. You know what, Josh? Somehow we're on the same page. Not in the way you might think, even though I'm like, yes, let's deconstruct this. But I realized in my most recent video, I didn't even talk about that. Maybe I'll do a voiceover or something. I realized this year, and I'm kind of like sad, I haven't read a nonfiction in the last 6 months. I've picked them up and I've got a current slowly reading, but I'm like, what am I doing? So I've decided that the next book I add, if I'm going to like add a book to my current 4, actually to maybe replace the ministry so that I have 4 going, it's going to be a nonfiction. Because I not that everyone has to read nonfiction. Some people don't like to read it, but I usually have read a handful by the first 6 months of the year, and I just haven't. It's crazy to me. Finished Head Like a Hole at the very beginning. Oh, nice. Picked up Bat Eater. Oh, Bat Eater and Other Names for Corazang. I want to read this. I might save it for fall because honestly, I think I'm gonna have to put it on hold and I won't get it for a couple months, but I do want to read it. 20% in, amazing. Read it a little bit more last sprint, mostly watched YouTube. I feel like it was a YouTube sprint for a lot of us, which, we need. Might be the tag that you just saw comment on. That's what I thought. Mid-year scramble, yay, amazing. Spent the sprint cooking some food, continuing to recover from a harder fall this morning. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's not fun. I hope that you're okay. I hope your body's doing well. Read a chapter of Hidden by Benedict Jacka, 5th book of the 12 book series, started last month. Lori, you might be obsessed in a great way. I love that you are so invested that you're binging that series. Historical fiction set in 1940s. Okay, so a more recent historical timeline than I expected. So yeah, like mid 20th century. For some reason, I was thinking it was going to be earlier than that. Already gotten my first reward for hitting my point goal. Yay! Finished a book that sprint, a YA thriller. We Were Warned. Extremely mediocre. No. Oh no. That is not fun. I know, me too. I've heard that certain content warnings might so I don't know which book I should try. incredible, number one of the year. You could try Blacktop Wasteland. Okay, because not that I just know that I'm so like worried about some of the content warnings that have been mentioned. Is it by um all the sinners bleed? I think I've heard some pretty big content warnings about that book, and then I've also heard that the most recent one, King of Ashes, is intense and importantly so. It makes sense. Just don't know if it's free. Not a fan. Okay, yeah. So that's why I think I gotta put it down for a bit, and then when I'm invested, when I want to pick it up, and then just not talk to people about it, so I can decide for myself. Tend to pause so many books. Happy story graph added the pause function. Yes, and I need to take advantage of it. I don't use that function at all, and I should. Um, let's see here. What else do we got? I've been listening to the Beartown audiobook while getting tasks done. Enjoying it so far. Very heavy. That's what I've heard. I've heard it's quite heavy, indeed. Yes, and Anne, you also love this series. Yeah, I'm really excited. Like, and not to throw any kind of negativity towards Ministry of Time. I just was like, oh right, there was a time travel book that I was eating up and had to put down. I got to read that book first before I can give the Ministry of Time a good chance. So, yeah. Also, thanks for being here, Teresa. I appreciate you. No worries. You aren't late. You came on time for yourself, so that's totally fine. Also, I love all of the massages. Everyone's supporting me. Like, oh my gosh, I do. I need to do a massage. I feel like I was nervous at one point of being like, oh, I'm going to be that squirmy person who like, can't sit still or like, they tickle me. Not that they tickle me, but they do something. And then I don't know what to do. So I think I just need to find I need to find the massage that will work best for me. Let me see. Are there any new people saying hello? Because I don't want to miss anyone. Bat Eater is amazing. That's what I've heard. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that title, honestly, Josh, especially if you're appreciating it so much. That might have to be a nonfiction that I make sure to read to like add to my goal of reading more. Yeah, I need to get more nonfiction on my list. I'm telling you. And then let me see here. I think I've said hello to everybody. I think we're good to go. I'm going to look through the comments because I've had to kind of like, jump around, but I want to keep people on task because there are people at work and I don't want to hold you from your work longer than you need to be. I don't want to be too big of a distraction. So let me get us to go for our final sprint. This will be an hour. But again, once we come back, I'll tell you all that we're redirecting. So if you need more sprints, just hold tight. But also go to bed if you need to. Go hang out with family, get other tasks done. I totally understand. It's been really fun to hang out with you guys today. It's been a while, so it's been really fun. Anywho, I will see you in an hour. welcome back. That was so weird. I ended up having a productive sprint in the sense that I did what I said I was going to do. I have decided to put down the Ministry of Time, PFN, pause for now, and I've replaced it with a nonfiction because I haven't read a nonfiction this year and we're changing it. And I was in between these two options. So The Power of Parting, which I had started and I'd only read part of the introduction, but I didn't get to it. Like I haven't been picking it up. And then a recent purchase, like in the last couple months, When the Earth Was Green. And I was like, I don't know. And so I decided to go with the library book simply because I probably am going to have to return it sooner. And I'm just kind of in the mood for it. It's quite interesting, actually. The Power of Parting, Finding Peace and Freedom Through Family Estrangement. It's an interesting topic, especially in the introduction, how the author who has chosen to separate himself from one of his family members, he was saying that in his journey to do it, he discovered that there's no conversation. It's very lacking in studies and research, especially because it's such a taboo discussion. And so he decided to take it upon himself to write this book. And I'm interested because he says that throughout these chapters, you'll get stories and anecdotes from others who've had to do this, depending on the family member. And I'm interested. I'm interested to see how it discusses. I'm in chapter 1 right now. I read the introduction, finished that, and then I started chapter 1. And yeah, it's starting off as kind of like the origin. And the first chapter in the first place discusses silence and how that can be so detrimental, like from all parts, the bystander effect, how society ends up failing people who are experiencing like abuse at home, that kind of thing. I think it's really powerful. I'm really fascinated by it. But anyways, where are we at? Let me see. A few people left, had to go to bed. A few people came back. Let me see. ML, this seems really interesting. So a memoir of the two creators of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And less than 100 pages, you've cried 3 times. What? Oh my gosh. I love how, you picked up nonfiction. I picked up a nonfiction. Slayers, Every One of Us. Very interesting. I actually was just looking up. There's a video concept I think I might want to do highlighting audiobook narrators that I've really appreciated, because I feel like only the last couple years have I finally been listening to audiobooks and I recognize voices. Like I'll hear an audiobook narrator and I'll be like, I know you. I've heard you before. Which characters have you been? And so I've become to recognize them. And so I've thought about maybe like highlighting a few audiobook narrators that I love, but I don't know if it's worth a long form content kind of situation, or maybe, dare I say, do I do like a YouTube short? I don't know. But anyway, that's interesting. And then finished up dinner, walked Daisy, lovely. Louisina's back. Not quite done with my vlog, but got a lot done. That's great. I probably will do some editing after this, I think, too. So I'll be with you. Oh, had coffee. Watched Danny's Battle of the Booktuber video. I'm also behind. So I need to watch Victoria's from Saturday. I need to watch Sam's from Sunday. And now I need to watch this new one from Danny. I've seen them all because we got early access, but I still want to go support and like comment. So that might be something I do this evening. No reading this time. I had to finish some cleaning, packing. Of course, Magda. I know that you're getting ready for bed. So sleep well, sweet dreams. That also reminds me, I think I've decided I am going to do takeaway. But you know what I'm going to do? There's an Indian restaurant near me, and I don't go there very often. So I think I'm going to make an order, and then go pick it up, because I think that's what I'm craving right now. Maybe like a curry or something, like a coconut curry, like a spicy one or something, or maybe a biryani. I don't know. Something like that. 50% through Beowulf. Oh my gosh, you've made so much progress on that book. Decided to use the Treat Yourself Square for the bingo for Camp TBR-a-thon. Bought a small egg wrap with, a quinoa salad for supper. That sounds lovely, actually. And then 97% of my nonfiction book read. I love how a few of us have shifted to nonfiction in this last sprint. Fun. 25 pages this time. About 2 pages of Spy Family, volume 12. Oh my gosh, I'm at volume 6, so that's how many volumes I'm behind you. 1 chapter, very nice, Cora. Then watch some booktube because I'm so behind. Yeah, same. Got ready for bed, read a bit more, 279 of 599. Wow. Oh my gosh. I mean, you're so close to being halfway. You're like 20 pages off. You're reading The Teacher by Frida McFadden. Allie, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts, especially because I've heard that that's not like the best Frida McFadden to start with if you haven't read anything else in her canon. That's where I started, unfortunately. So I don't really know if I should really try anything else by the author just because it didn't work for me. But yeah, I hope you like it. Most people have. ML, I listened to that last month, cried so many times. What? Oh my goodness. I've never heard of this. Read 2 more chapters, but now I'm off to bed. Sounds good, Lori. Sleep well. Sweet dreams. The authors narrate this audiobook, and one is a musician by trade. Included songs in the podcast. They included them in the audiobook. Oh my goodness. I love how immersive and like multimedia that experience is then. Thanks for being here, Robin. Really appreciate you doing sprints today. Yeah, I really was in the mood for it, and I think I needed it. I think I needed this kind of community chat and to be productive while also kind of hanging out with everyone. So thank you all for just coming out in numbers. I'm really glad that I was able to chat with you all and that you also appreciated me being here. You're done, and congratulations. Congrats. Yesterday, and especially because they were chores you didn't really want to do. Yesterday, DNF to Dungeon Crawler Carl, not for me. I saw your comments in Kirsten's Discord just saying this could work for other people, just doesn't hit your preferences. Understandable. And then, so tonight might work on Closer to the Chest and Silverborn. Ooh, the 4th book in the Nevermore series. I still have yet to start that series. I need to. Should say the authors and podcast creators are a previous couple. Oh my gosh. They started the podcast as a married queer couple. Now they're divorced. That's an interesting dynamic. I am deep in her rabbit hole. I loved all of her other ones. Okay, perfect. Then I'm sure The Teacher will not be any different. And then I'm liking it so far. I have been nervous for this one because I'm a teacher. Yes. So I've had a few friends who've said that that's the one that they don't really think they can read simply because of the nature of it. Like as teachers, it doesn't feel like they can read that type of storyline, and that makes sense. Not everybody would be uncomfortable reading it, but I understand. I finished my book, A Feather So Black. Congratulations, Paige. Another finished book. Might turn around and start the sequel. Oh my gosh, that means you really enjoyed it. That's amazing. Didn't read, watched more booktube videos. I'm starting to feel sleepy, so focusing is a struggle. Understand, it's much later for you. I totally understand. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for being here. It's so nice to have you. And a lot of you have been here all day, which I really appreciate. And those who've just arrived, come in and out, I also appreciate you. Definitely didn't expect sprints today. It was a nice surprise. I think I scheduled it late last night at like 10 p.m. my time. I just decided I've got a free day. I want to sprint. Let's do it. So yeah, I think it worked out for everybody. Sprints were lovely. Oh, I'm so glad, Anna. Thanks for letting me spend some of your evening with you. The memoir is about Buffy the show. Oh, buffering the podcast. I thought that was like a typo. Okay. I haven't heard of the podcast before. Increasing anti-LGBT political climate in the U.S. and then their lives. Yeah. I'm going to have to look into this, actually. Finished A Sorceress Comes to Call. It was very fun. Are you a fan of T. Kingfisher before this? Was that your first time? Because, yeah, I'm always intrigued by where people start with T. Kingfisher as someone who needs to try more by that author, by the way, because I've only just scratched the surface. Now realize how niche this book is. So I am someone who, like, you know my backstory. I entered with Angel, the spinoff. That's my childhood. And then obviously I've enjoyed certain spinoff, like, In Every Generation, that series, like Buffy 2.0 versions. And I went back and started watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And it's been something I return to every summer. And then I kind of fall off the show. But every time we always talk about it. I feel like every year we end up talking about Buffy at least once, which I think is very funny. Thanks for being here, Solar. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Thanks for being here, Glenda. And thanks again for reminding me that I could redirect. It's been a while since I've done public sprints and redirected to someone. So for those who don't know, in about 7 minutes, B&K book club sprints are going to start. You don't have to read the book club book. You simply can just take advantage of the conversation, the community, and the sprints to be productive. So when this ends up ending, when I end the stream, YouTube should redirect you. You shouldn't have to really do anything, but also no pressure. If you're done for the night, if you're going to bed or you're doing other things, I totally get it. Oh, your first with Nettle and Bone. Okay, that's really cool. I love that. Haven't met a T Kingfisher I didn't like, and you and so many others. I think I want to next do a middle grade. I think I've decided either it's going to be the minor mage one or it's going to be the defensive baking. I feel like for some reason that's where I want to go next with Kingfisher. Thanks for being here, ML. Also, just it was really great because a lot of you I haven't seen in like too long as far as like for an extended period of time. So this was perfect. Thanks for being here, Vanessa. All right, friends, I'm going to end it here. I'm going to set us up for the redirect. And I hope you all have a great rest of your Tuesday or Wednesday, because it might be Wednesday for some of you. All right. Bye, friends. Have a good one. Until next time.